First, they took your family and your riches. Then they took your health and your pride. Finally, they left you to die. What will you do, exile, when there is nothing left but to live or die?
you and I know Canada very well. I've worked up. always say feet.
It's funny. Maybe
So
because
yeah, they're sort of a hybrid, sort of half sea country.
it's because they're on the same landmass as we are. That's
As-
probably why.
As the U.S., yeah.
Yeah. But the one thing they do stick to is temperature for the weather. They definitely do not do Fahrenheit. It's
And they
Celsius.
don't even understand Fahrenheit. It's funny. They understand feet as opposed to meters for
Right.
their yard. But when you say, wait, 14 Celsius, what is that? You know, I asked them,
Fahrenheit.
what is that in Fahrenheit? And they're like, I don't know, maybe.
I don't hold that against them because I can't even figure out that conversion. Either way, I can't go from Celsius to Fahrenheit, and I can't go from Fahrenheit to Celsius. So
Yeah.
it's not easy. So,
All right.
Yeah.
So we find a wormhole. It's 30 centimeters. And then I say to you again, I say to someone, I say, boy, that's the smallest wormhole I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, how many wormholes has Tom Paris seen? Like, when did he become the wormhole guy? Like, we're going to name it the Harry Kim wormhole, and wow, that's the smallest wormhole I've ever seen. I don't know. That just jumped out at me like, wow.
We go to the sick bay. The
Yes.
officer is treating the doctor very rudely.
Lieutenant Baxter, Tom Virtue was the guest actor. Lieutenant Baxter, I loved that storyline, that character, because again, the doctor enters this series in such a beautiful way. The story is laid out so perfectly and so humanly, and there's a lot of moments we'll talk about with the doctor's story in here. But yeah, I thought Tom Virtue was great as Baxter. Why didn't we see him again? You know, I don't think he ever came back.
They don't even call him as Baxter. They don't even call it his. They don't say his name. They just say
really?
Lieutenant. Yeah. So for you to have Baxter that's good. You did your homework.
I did a little homework. When we went and watched this.
Yeah.
I thought Tom Virtue was wonderful, and I've seen him as a character actor in lots of things. And it's funny that there weren't a lot of characters that recurred on our show, that, you know, crew members that were smaller roles that came back. Seska obviously had a big thing. We didn't have a lot of them. So that was somebody I thought he was so good. I wish we had brought him back. But anyway.
It is odd, you know, especially for the size, the crew complement of that ship. You should have seen
Yeah.
him once for sure.
Because part of me felt like, well, who is this guy talking crap to the doctor? Like, I would have been more invested if I had seen him in engineering, or I'd seen him somewhere, you know, seen him in the mess hall. We had had a little moment or something. Then I would have been more invested. Because I like later on, we'll get there, but I like later on what drives the captain to go talk to him is this idea that the whole ship is talking crap about the doctor. So Tom Virtue, this guy who wasn't really established as a regular, had to carry that story and kind of speak for the whole crew. It would have been nice if either he had been more involved, or if more of us had been a part of that story as well.
Yeah. After sickbay, we go to conference room. Do we call it the conference room? The meeting room? What was it on the call sheet? What did you call that room where we all had?
Well, now you just got me confused. I think we called it, the briefing room.
Briefing room. I'm sitting here
Yeah.
writing down. I go, it's not the conference room.
No, it's not. No, you had me confused for a minute. The briefing room.
I did. And I just wanted to say, I just wanted all the fans out there to know that I was always nervous for these briefing room scenes, mainly because it's sort of like, it's not your home base. You know, the home base is the bridge. Like my little operations area, I felt the most comfortable in. And anytime we were on this set with just that big conference table, there was just less protection of, you know, my actual console wasn't there protecting me. I'm sitting right next to all of you. I have to make sure.
Also a little claustrophobic in that room. It was not as big as it looks on screen. It was much smaller. And so you get the crew in there and the cameras in there, and it always felt like, and there was only one door to the bridge and one door out the back, and that was it.
Yeah.
So you felt a little like trapped. I did, at least.
That's true. And it gets hot in there. But mainly, I just wanted to impress the rest of you guys. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were like, okay, yeah, the young kid's doing it, you know? So I was the most nervous filming scenes in the briefing room. And also sitting on those chairs, I didn't know, should I sit leaned in? Should I actually lean all? Because if you watch that episode, Balana's totally just, she's lounging. She's back up against the back of her chair, and I'm a little bit more forward. So then you have to make those choices as an actor, like where you're going to be. But I thought
sometimes you have to make that choice because if she doesn't sit back, she'll block you, you know, wherever the camera is.
That's true.
That's probably why you were leaned forward there and she was leaned back. The director or the camera operators would often tell us, you know, hey, I'm lining up this shot, and for everybody to be clear, you've got to sit back and you've got to lean forward, and
yeah, that's true. We go to engineering. You have a nice little backstory with Balana. It's just she has nobody except for her Maquis friends.
And you say, I can modify our subspace communications band to accept the probe as a booster, and you're really enthusiastic. And then the captain says, do it, or something. And I felt like you were going to say warp particles. It was kind of like you did a fist pump, and you were like, I can do it as a booster. And she says, do it. And you're like, warp, like a fist pump. And I wanted you to say warp part. Like every time we come up with a good idea, for those of you who've listened since the first episode of this podcast, you know what I'm talking about. If we just yelled out warp particles. I think that would be awesome. So you had a good warp particle
moment. Okay, that's good to know. But you know that fist was it was subtle though, right? It wasn't a big fist thing.
It was. I was exaggerating because I was trying to be funny, but yeah.
I do think it's funny thinking about me pulling, doing Woods when he sinks a long putt. He's like, he does this thing. Maybe if I did that would
be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be your do-over. We'll see.
Maybe.
Okay. I did like Balana calling you Starfleet. Why did we give that up? She should have called you Starfleet for 7 years.
Okay. I'm going to talk about this now. She called me Starfleet in the pilot episode, right? I called her, what did I call her? Maquis or something?
Maquis. Yeah.
Call me Starfleet. So that was cute. In here, after I get the idea right, I kind of pat Balana on the shoulder a little bit later on. There's some, I thought that Kim and Balana were going to be the item. I didn't think in my wildest dream.
Really?
Yes, I did. In my wildest dream, I thought there's no, if you were to tell me right now, and I'm watching Voyager for the first time, and you're going to tell me as a fan, and I'm not the actor, and you'd say, hey, guess what? That Paris character ends up marrying Balana's character. I'd be like, no way. I don't do that at all. And then if you were to say Kim has the younger man, older woman relationship, which you never see in television, that would have been great to have that dynamic. I definitely think that the seeds of Kim Torres.
I think that Tom Paris was a younger man for Balana too. I mean,
do you?
I think he was a little. I don't know.
Not much. I would say.
No. I think they were about the same.
Yes, they were. But yeah.
I'm still a very young man.
You are. You're not an old man.
No,
but
no.
I would say you were more contemporary with her than I would have been, right?
Yes.
So,
yes, I think so.
Okay. Because even though we were 4 years apart, because having this Asian genetics, I probably look like I was 12 on the first season.
You look like you're about 13 now. So
yeah, I look like 13 now, so 12 back.
Yeah.
Then it would have been great.
By the way, it looked like you were running the show in engineering, and I thought that was kind of cool.
That was fun. I was very
it looked like it was nice to see Harry kind of calling the shots in this one, and ultimately I think we'll get there, but I think that this whole story was really good for your character, Balana. You're right. I could have seen a budding romance between Harry and Balana for sure. I think this episode certainly, and with what happened in the pilot, them sort of sharing that experience.
Mm-hmm.
Balana hasn't seen her dad since she's 5 years old.
Yeah.
And dad went back to Earth, she says, and mom is on the Klingon homeworld. Maybe she doesn't even know.
Right, she doesn't know.
Yeah, all of a sudden that little bit of backstory for her made a lot of sense of why she was with the Maquis and so many things. And I didn't remember that little detail, even though I married the woman. I didn't remember that.
Yeah. Also, when you see us on the bridge, I think it's the first time you see Janeway's console retract.
I had the same thing.
Yeah, that note also. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, people always wonder, they always ask me, like, well, what was the bridge like? Was everything moving around and part moving stuff? And I said, well, really, no, just Janeway's console was the only thing that moved on the whole set.
I remember when this moved the first time, Kate was like, well, where's the button for it? And there wasn't, they didn't design a button. So if you notice, she just touches the top of it as if that's doing something. It's really a guy with a remote control off stage hitting the up button and the down button. She just touches as if it's like a touch thing, because there was no like up and down button. Yeah,
she should have went
Alakazam, open sesame,
and then it just one voice reaction, or some
that would have been good.
Harry Potter Patronus, some type of Harry Potter spell to open.
It looked to me like when she pushed it, almost like if you're in your car when you open up the glove box between the seats.
Yes.
It looks like that because she
that
just
technology
pushed it. Yeah.
And
pushed it, and it just kind of comes out. So that's pretty funny.
That's cool. I didn't know that. That's something I didn't know. There's no button.
No button. She just touches the leather on the top of the thing, and it magically opens. By the way, so when Cass goes to talk to Janeway later on about the doctor, Cass is worried about the doctor. She's concerned, and she goes into Janeway's office, and Janeway says, "Can I get you something from my replicator?" And Cass goes, "Yes, please. Spinach juice with a touch of pear." She says, "Tom Paris introduced me to it." What? When did I drink spinach? When did Tom Paris ever drink a health juice? Ever? He drank, alcohol, I'm sure, and things like that. But I just that was a funny little detail. Like, why would Tom Paris teach her about a spinach juice with pear? But that's funny.
I wrote that down here as well. And now, now thinking about it as you're talking about it, instead of saying your name, she should have said Lieutenant. Is it Baxter that the guy played? Yeah, because remember, Baxter's in sickbay because of all the workouts he's doing. Like he's constantly working out. So to have a healthy drink, that would have made sense. Lieutenant Baxter taught me this drink. But yes, you were the one. But it's also interesting because now this touches upon your real life. You are the mixologist of the Delta Flyers, and you're doing videos of mixing drinks, and here we are talking about your drink prowess on Voyager.
Yes, I'm going to name a glass, and you have the Kess.
The Kess. Hey, if we ever open a restaurant together, we're going to offer this drink and call it the Kess. Okay? So I think in this speech right here, this is sort of the hidden message, really. Janeway says that they've been talking about reprogramming the doctor, because the whole meeting between Kess and Janeway is for her to express her concerns about how they've been treating the doctor. Janeway says they've been talking about reprogramming him. Kess says you can do that. It doesn't seem right. Janeway says, well, he's only a hologram. Kess says, he's your medical officer. He's alive. Janeway says, no, he's not. And then she says, Kess, he's self-aware. He's communicative. He has the ability to learn. And Janeway says, well, because he's been programmed to do that. And Kess replies with, so because he's a hologram, he doesn't have to be treated with respect or any consideration at all. And I think really, the hidden meaning really for me is, don't just talk about holograms, just talk about certain people, right? There's certain people that people take advantage of and take, or just really, not necessarily take advantage of, but you don't really consider. And I just think about in California, there are so many people that are working as housekeepers, that are immigrants, are not, English is not their first language, that a lot of these, people that are part of the establishment really just look upon these people as subhuman, as really like, you're just it's the same way that we look at the doctor as a hologram. There are human beings now that look at other human beings as being the holograms. You know what I'm saying? So I really I felt that was really the true message for me, at least from this episode, from that conversation. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I had the same moment. That was a pretty important moment for our series. It's a turning point for Janeway, who's sort of representing she's the voice of our ship. She's the leader of the ship. She sort of expresses, "Oh yeah, he's just a hologram. He was programmed that way." Like
First,
she hasn't really up
they
until
took
this
your
point
family into
considered
riches.
that he's a member of the crew.
Then they took your
That he
health
should
and
be
your
treated
pride.
as a member of the crew, and I think Kess's empathy for him and
Finally,
meeting with
they
Janeway sort of
left
turns
you
that
to
in the
die.
conversation was going. But,
Yeah.
I was really surprised to hear her say, "Well, we'll just reprogram him." I mean, that would have been. Can you imagine if we just kept reprogramming and had a different actor playing the doctor every week?
Oh my God. It would be like Doctor Who.
But that's what she was sort of implying is like, oh yeah, he's just interchangeable.
Yeah. Did you catch, Robbie? Did you catch that? There's a segue between a bridge and sickbay. The segue scene, it's just a shot of Voyager sitting there in space. This is after we've tried to, reach out to that transmission that we don't hear very well, and it's just Voyager. But you hear this engine running. It's like, did you catch that? It was just kind of to me, it was odd just to have that sort of sound going on, but maybe they needed something to fill that space, audio.
I know that I know when we used to go into looping and things, and when I directed, I go to the sound mix. There is an engine. There's a ship sound that they keep under almost every scene.
Okay.
When we're on the ship, and it's this sort of humming noise.
Yeah, maybe that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was one moment when Janeway just spit out some techno babble, simply deconstruct the phase frequency. I couldn't even write it all down, but it was just like there was a whole scene where everybody started spitting out techno babble, and I was just like, whoa, oh my God, everybody's so smart.
So you were thinking, wow, everyone's so smart, and I'm sitting here piloting this ship. Is the reaction that
you'll never hear Tom Paris spit out technobabble because I was horrible at it.
Oh God. In sickbay, I don't know, when the doctor says, I was right in the middle of preparing a culture to test Lieutenant Hargrove for Arethian flu when Ensign Kyoto deactivated me. When he says that, did coronavirus come into your head?
No, I didn't.
When Janeway goes in there and deactivates him to talk to him. She talks about giving him control over his deactivation sequence. But when he's talking about that testing for the flu, I immediately was like,
oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I think that scene was really important to me, the Janeway doctor scene, because it's the very first time, besides Kess, who's just sort of, she's an alien and she's observing his humanity and learning to empathize with him. But it's the first time anyone on our crew has really interacted with him in that way, and giving him this choice of control over his activation or deactivation is it's a big step. It's a really big step, and it just occurs to me, just jumping to the end, because he says something about make sure someone deactivates me before you leave. If you guys do get through this wormhole, if you do get transported through. So I guess this is still on the table, right?
Yeah.
I assumed as soon as she said it, of course he's going to be able to. But in this episode, I don't think that gets resolved. I could be wrong, but I don't remember it getting resolved that he's now controlling it because
it hasn't been resolved yet, right?
No. So we'll see next week, I guess.
Yeah, but just that whole scene, Bob Picardo did a great job, because he's just so subtle, and you can just see when Janeway talks to him and he's realizing like, oh my gosh, this is the captain, and she's giving me the time of day. She has made me a member of the crew. I'm not just an emergency program. I'm a member of the crew. And when she says, I'm gonna think about giving you your chance to deactivate, control of your deactivation sequence, and she walks out, he just looks at her, and it's just a really, really, really well nuanced scene by Ricardo, I felt.
Yeah, I agree.
Janeway's quarters.
Okay, let's talk about this. Oh my God.
About that hair.
Oh my God.
The nightgown.
First of all, she wakes up. She gets a creepy call. Imagine
from
this.
me.
She gets a creepy call from you,
Yeah.
and then hey, there's some stranger that wants to talk to you while you're in your negligee. It's creepy. Then she sits up and she's got more hair than Rapunzel. Like, I've never seen so much hair, and it's beautifully coiffed right out of like an Aaron Spelling, nighttime soap opera. It was more hair than I've ever seen in my life. And then she's in this very kind of feminine negligee, sleeping gown.
Yeah.
And then they're talking, and then they get to the point where he says, "Well, I don't know if I can trust you unless I can look at you." What? Oh, it was so sexualized. I'm sorry. That scene was like, I was like, why is she talking to this strange man in her bedroom like this, and then talking about, well, I want to see you. I'm sorry. That's all I could think of was, this is inappropriate.
Okay, I felt that the inclusion of that nightgown was really a way of them to show her feminine side, her lighter side, I suppose. But I did have notes on the hair, and just so everyone knows, that's a wig. Just like they put a wig on Kess, Janeway had a wig. Janeway's real hair color is reddish in color, right? But you never see it because it's always been a wig. And to have those long flowing locks that are perfectly coiffed while she's sleeping was,
I found a lot of things in that scene distracting. Yeah, the wig was just too much. It was overdone.
On that note about exterior, about one's exterior or outside looks, I don't know if you've heard this before, but I've come across more than one fan at a convention who has said the same thing, and that is, your cast is too good looking. Have you ever heard that before? I've heard that a lot.
No, I could never hear that too much. I could never. Oh, you're too good looking. Please, no, stop, don't. No. I actually have not heard that.
I'm just saying, if you go across the board, if you start with the captain, she, facially speaking, she is a very attractive Irish American woman. Okay, yes. Her features, everything are in sync. Everything. I mean, she has a very pretty face, attractive face.
Listen, Ethan Phillips is a gorgeous hunk of masculinity.
As far as character actors, they are. They're very good-looking
handsome
men. They're handsome men.
Robert Picardo and Ethan Phillips, yes, I was teasing because of the prosthetics.
Yeah,
and all.
we've got a handsome Latino first officer. As far as Latino actors are concerned, he's a handsome devil. You're a handsome white guy, for a young white man.
Thank you.
And then with Mike, funny enough, Ensign.
You're a very handsome white guy too.
Thank you so much. Ensign Kim was mistaken by this one girl that was when she was young. She told me at a convention, she said, I watched Voyager, and for the first 7 years, I'm very embarrassed to tell you, but I thought your character's name was not Ensign Kim. I thought it was Handsome Kim for the first 7 years that she watched Voyager.
That's very funny.
Which is hilarious, because then you start thinking about every time that Janeway or anyone else is talking to me, and if Janeway said, Ensign, status report, this 7-year-old girl heard handsome, status report. So I'm handsome to everybody. But across the board, all the way to our Vulcan, our resident Vulcan. I digress.
Yeah, as uncomfortable as I was in that bedroom scene where he needs to look at her, I actually thought the theme of this episode came out in that scene with Janeway sort of making family and friends and our loved ones and the people that we're connected to the most important mission that she had. And I thought that's a great lesson to me, because, and it sort of plays out throughout the episode, is that yes, even though we have Starfleet missions to do, and there's things to figure out with this wormhole to get back, just anything she can do to connect her crew to the people they love, that's the most important mission to her. And even later on, when we get to the point where our hearts are broken, she still wants to make it a priority that people get our communications and know that we're okay and connect families. So to me, that was the mission. That was the theme of the episode to me.
Yeah, and really that was her way of persuading the Romulan to help us, because in that bridge, that on-screen transmission between the Romulan and Janeway does sort of plead to his sense of family about his own family.
Yeah.
You know, she asks him like, "Hey, you know, do you have a family?" And he's like, "Yep, I have a wife, I have a kid. I've been away for, how old's your kid? 7 months. I've been away for a year on this mission." So Janeway's like, "Oh my God, you haven't even seen your daughter yet." And so that, I think, pulling on his heartstrings was really what got him to go, okay, because typically, you know, Romulan and Federation relations have always been strained. So to have this connection, you're right, it was definitely a strong theme throughout this is the theme of family. Yeah. Let's see, Captain's Reading Room. B'Elanna informs the captain that we might be able to beam people over to the Alpha Quadrant, which is a huge, huge discovery on the part of B'Elanna.
Well, it's a game changer. I mean, I think, and by the way, I think, you know, the science work that Harry and B'Elanna do in this episode is transformative. Like they're inventing things that have never been done before.
Yeah.
In terms of science and space travel. You
Yeah.
know, first of all, communication through something like this 30-centimeter wormhole, and then using the transporter energy to piggyback. It's very creative and a great twist and turn, just plot wise for the episode, but also pretty profound for those two characters. It says a lot about what amazing scientists and what amazing minds that those two characters have. So.
Right.
Yeah.
We have the scene in sickbay where Kes tells the doctor that we might be transporting to the Alpha Quadrant.
That was very sad to me. Yeah.
Very sad. Yeah. And his response is, you know, well, I'll say goodbye now. I won't be transporting with the rest of you. And we feel for him. And so that's the first time you really realize that, oh my gosh, this character the character development is just getting to you, because you do care about that. You do feel bad for him that he's going to be left behind in the Delta Quadrant, right?
And there's so many twists and turns in this episode. You know, he starts off being ignored, and then the captain comes in, and he's treated like, finally he's treated like an equal member of the crew. And then now Kes is saying, "Oh, we're leaving." Oh, now he's not a real member of the crew because he can't come back with them. Yeah. So it's like a yo-yo emotionally for him.
Yeah.
It's structured by the writers really, really well, I think.
I thought it was kind of very quick of him to volunteer to beam over to Voyager and then back after just basically one test of beaming over that one cylinder and made this guy go, "Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine with being beamed all the way to the Delta Quadrant." I don't know if that bothered you or not, but I felt that was a little odd.
Yeah, no, I went with it.
Transporter room, Telecromor beams in. Tuvok spoils the party by discovering the reason for the phase variance, that he is from another time. To
me, again, I'm gonna repeat what I just said about you and B'Elanna, but game changer, the technology and the creativity you guys had, but then the fact that you did this through time. You know what I mean? It's like we've just figured out a trick to time travel here.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Timeline stories were always hard for me as an actor to wrap my head around. They're interesting as a viewer.
It is, and I find it interesting that Tuvok basically spoils the party twice. First, we discover he's from the wrong time, and then after he beams back successfully, with our messages, then Tuvok's like, "Oh, by the way, Captain Janeway, he dies 4 years before he's supposed to send the messages," so it's a double whammy for the crew.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking, and I think that Romulan, was a good guy. I think Vaughn Armstrong did a great job. He did a wonderful job in that role. Vaughn Armstrong has done a lot of Star Trek. I was just looking. He was a number of characters on our show. Well, he was a Vidian captain. He was an Alpha Hirogen. He was Telecromor. He was Lancer, 2 of 9. He was Korath in Endgame. I mean, so many characters on our show. He's just done a ton of great Star Trek work, so I didn't realize how much he had done. He was really prolific.
DS9, his work on DS9.
DS9.
Well, the funny thing about Vaughn. Vaughn and I were actually at a convention in England, and we were hanging out, and I said, "Did you do Voyager at all? Because you've done some." And he's like, "Well, yes." And I said, "What episode?" And he says, "I played Telek for More." And I go, "Oh my God!" And this is like, man, 2 or 3 years ago that I realized that was him, you know. And I said, "Oh my God, Vaughn, you did a great job. You really did." And I had no clue that was Vaughn. Because sometimes, you know, actors come in and they come in so early to do prosthetics and makeup if they're alien, and they leave after we all do, that we never get to see their faces, right? So
when a lot of times, because we didn't have prosthetics on, we come in much later, so the guest stars would already be in the chair. They'd have most of their rubber on their face, so I often never knew what some of these actors looked like that were playing our guest stars.
No clue.
Never met them.
No clue.
We'd come in after they were doing the makeup, and we'd leave before they got out.
Yeah. Days on set.
My last thing I would say is I thought it was great with the doctor at the end having this sort of lesson that he learned of speaking directly. He said, if I'm the senior doctor here, senior medical officer, if you have a question, direct it to me or speak directly to me or something. And the guy goes, "Oh," and then he's asked the doctor, but I thought that was an interesting lesson in life. Like, instead of getting your feelings hurt and acting passive aggressive and being, sarcastic and rude and all the things that the doctor often had been with people, because he was feeling, and I get why he was feeling disrespectful or whatever, but when he actually just spoke up directly to the lieutenant and said, "Speak to me. I'm right here. Speak to me." If he had done that earlier, he probably would have saved himself a lot. So it was a good lesson for me of, like, just speak up. Like, don't harbor resentments. And
very true. That's a good lesson. And then he asked at the very end that he would like a name, which is kind of cool. That he's getting self-aware more and more each episode. Back to Vaughn Armstrong and Telek for More. Watching this episode was good for me because I finally realized there's a story that I've been talking about. When I'm at conventions, I will joke about the weirdest line that Harry Kim has ever uttered out of his mouth. And I always thought it was from this episode, but as I watched it, it's not from this episode because it's on the bridge. The line that I'm referring to. It's on the bridge, and Janeway says to me,
"Harry, did the probe go through?"
And I look at her and I say, "Like a snake through a tube, Captain." That's my freaking crazy ass line, and that is not in this episode. So this must have been a later episode where Janeway says that. So I just want to throw that out there for anybody listening who has heard me talk about this at a convention. That
like a snake through a tube.
Yeah.
You guys out there listening, you can use that saying anytime you want. Just if somebody asks you a question, just even if it makes no sense, just say, "Oh yeah, like a snake through a tube," and see how they react.
Let's try this. I'm gonna ask you, Robbie.
Yeah.
What time is it? What time is it?
Oh, the time?
Yeah.
It's like a snake through a tube. You're welcome. Yes.
Yeah. You are so welcome. Alrighty, so I guess that is the end of our recap of Eye of the Needle.
Yes, it is.
So that is the end of this episode. Join us next week when we will be reviewing and discussing Ex Post Facto. Hey guys, welcome to the Delta Flyers. We are a weekly podcast that discusses episodes of Star Trek Voyager in chronological order. Your two hosts along this podcast journey are myself, Garrett Wong, aka Ensign Harry Kim, and Robert Duncan McNeil, who portrayed Lieutenant Tom Paris. If you're interested in either an extended version of this podcast or the extended video version of this podcast, both of which include added bonus segments, check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/The Delta Flyers and sign up to become a patron. All right, here we are.
Hello.
How are you, Robbie?
I'm good.
Anything new on the home front? All good?
Let's see, what's the latest on the home front? The dog Walter needs his shots.
Oh.
And it's very difficult to get veterinarians to let you come in their office. Like, we have to go drive up to the vet's office, call the vet and say we're outside. Then they come out in the parking lot, get the dog, take him in, do their business, bring him back. Yeah, this whole COVID-19 is changing even vet care. So that's the latest excitement in my neck of the woods.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm just still wondering, how are they going to do conventions? How is a land-based convention going to happen to do social distancing? I mean, if even the vet is so difficult to see the vet, I'm at a loss of words how this is going to continue. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the answer for the entire world is have enough tests to test the entire population of every country, and then you're good. Then right? That's the key.
Well, I mean, the world has been through these kind of pandemics before, the Spanish flu, the polio virus. Like, once they find, what do you call it? A vaccine. Once they get a vaccine, then I think we'll go back a lot more normal kind of situation, and I bet we'll get to conventions and things for sure.
I really hope so.
I do too.
Hope so.
I do too.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play a game called What Do We Remember? So for those of you who happen to be Patreon patrons, we're going to go ahead and play that game. For the rest of you, hang in there. We'll be right back with our recap. All right, guys. So we're back. We just watched Ex Post Facto.
Yes, we did.
I'd like to first say there's a little bit of, some people say Benean, some say Benean. So tomato.
A little inconsistency in the show?
Yeah. And Neelix referred to it as the Beneas, and then Benean is something that we said in the very beginning. So who knows? Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a made-up planet anyway. So the Benean, tomato. Yes, I agree.
Bananas.
Yes.
Crazy, man. You're convicted to relive the victim's death for every 14 hours for the rest of your natural life.
I know.
If that was how our judicial system worked, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Every murderer had to. I think that would probably.
I think it's a great
crime, wouldn't it?
I think it's a great idea, although I think that part of the theme is in my opinion the big idea of this episode is the imperfections in that. Like, sure, in theory that would be awesome, if not awesome, but if that were a way to punish the criminal is to relive the victim's experience, sure, then that would definitely be a deterrent. But it's so imperfect, as this episode shows.
Yeah.
There's not a perfect technology out there, which I thought it was very interesting, the starting in the black and white sort of flashback, and the whole story structure in this episode was the first time. We did it many more times in the series. It was the first time that we sort of told a story out of sequence. There was a lot of, we started with the crime in black and white, it opened there, and then as a viewer, you're kind of going, wait a minute, what's happening? Where am I? And it was in on my eyeball, and we started at the end where I had already been convicted, and they sit me up and they say, okay, you're going off to prison and reliving this for the rest of your life. Yeah, it was story structure was very unconventional for us, at least at that point. We hadn't done anything like that.
And I like that. I like that unconventional story structure. I found it kind of odd that, when they are convicting you, the alien courthouse, and they pull back, and it looks more like a psychologist or a therapist office with the chaise lounge there. And I said, where's the jury? He's very comfortable for a president.
I felt that way in the whole planet. It felt very sort of apartment, living room, like we were in somebody's condo from the 80s or something. You didn't get a sense. It went from those shots of the planet with all the city structure, which kind of felt a little film noir, like we were talking about. It felt a little Southern California, Chinatown looking. It went from that to the condo, and that was about it. There was no sense of what this this planet was like. You know, the courthouse, the science lab, any of that stuff.
Yeah, and you had talked about earlier, we were talking about how Michael Piller, it was his idea that he wanted to do, you know, sort of an homage to the black and white detective, you know, shows and movies, that film noir look, and it looked great.
I know. I had forgotten when I said that in our What Do We Remember section earlier when we were talking about it. I didn't remember that part of this was in black and white. So it's so funny that they literally made it like a black and white, the old detective movies. Yeah, I do remember one of the things in that very opening shot of the black and white flashback of the crime. I remember that was all choreographed, every little move, because it became part of the crime solving, like the height, you know, every little, where my head was, where my hand was, where her head was, all of that was very LeVar Burton and Marvin Rush and everybody sort of choreographed that. It was very mechanical, put it that way. It was like, make sure you don't raise up too high or your height will be too high and it'll ruin the story. So, and we did versions of all of that. We had to do a version of one memory and then a version of a different memory. So it was slightly altered depending on where in the story the flashbacks came up. So.
The teleplay is by Michael Piller and Evan Carlos Summers. The story was by Evan Carlos Summers. And I just want to take this moment to bring up the fact that Star Trek was one of probably the only shows to have an open submission policy from writers around the world. You could actually send in, you know, your script that you've written or request a meeting to pitch, you know. So this is something that was very unusual in the world of Hollywood.
And I think Michael Piller had a lot to do with that. You know, Michael, may he rest in peace. He's been gone a while now. Michael was such an important man in so many writers' lives, for sure. I know Michael went to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. I'm from the South. I'm from North Carolina. Michael was a very loyal alumni of that school, and there was a scholarship there in his name for writers, for people that wanted to become Hollywood film and television writers. So he really supported mentoring writers, and he loved writing. He loved film history. He loved television. He was and that open submission policy. I know he was a big advocate of that. So, I think Michael did an amazing job in this, you know, for what he set out to do. Whether you like or hate the episode, I think it achieved what Michael wanted to do creatively, which was to kind of play in that genre of detective story. And I thought it was very well done.
And you know Rene Echevarria, the writer that was over on DS9. He was the first guy who sent in a spec script from home, and they hired him on the spot. They were like, "Can you fly to Los Angeles like next week?" And he's like, "Okay." And he actually became a big time. You know, his whole career began because of Star Trek. So amazing. LeVar.
LeVar directed. I thought there was a lot of things I noticed, a lot of much tighter close-ups and different angles than we had done on the show at that point so far. There was one moment in sickbay when Kes is taking the learning how to be a nurse and sitting at the desk with a doctor, and it was this sort of silhouette shot, the kind of shadowed frame of the glass window. One of the reasons they shot it that way was because we had not finished the set on the other side. There was it wasn't complete. There was nothing there. So on the day, I remember, because I was shadowing. I was up there watching a lot of the scenes. Even when I wasn't in them, I would go to work and watch the directors because I really wanted to direct. And I remember in that scene, they had not finished the set completely. I think the walls were painted, but it just looked, I remember them taking it down and going, okay, it'll fit the style of this film noir, and we'll keep things shadowy, and the set's not finished. Like we were still at that phase in the series. There were walls and parts of the set that weren't quite, especially in sickbay. That sickbay sort of expanded. I think they were adding the hydroponics bay over there at one point, so.
Yeah. I'd like to add real quickly in that sickbay scene, that opening scene, it was really nice to watch the doctor, kind of tutoring Cass, putting her through those quizzes, the medical quiz, because it really shows that lighter side of the doctor. Because he's not ornery with Cass at all. He's very gentle with her, and so I think it was an excellent acting choice on the part of Bob Picardo to choose to be that lighter guy with Cass.
Yeah, it was very well. I mean, it's funny going back to the beginning of this show and seeing how certain stories allowed certain characters to enter into the series, like the Doctor, in a very relatable, in a very inviting way. He was funny. He kind of stuck out early on, as you say. He was very warm with Cass. Very good choices. Yeah, I agree.
Not a big fan of Kessa's wig, and this is something that really just kind of it made me so upset throughout shooting the 7 years of episodes, that a lot of times, if it wasn't a series regular, it was also a guest star. As human beings, we have hair, and why don't we use, unless you're the Doctor, but we have hair, and why don't we use their real hair? But they had to put a wig on Cass, who was actually blonde underneath there. That's her natural color, so they really could have kind of gotten away from that. But I don't know why we had this preoccupation with utilizing wigs over and over again on everybody. Janeway had a wig, so did Torres. Torres had to wear a wig. You wore a wig.
I wore a wig. The whole 7 years I wore a wig. No, it's funny. I did notice in this episode, by the way, my hair got very fluffy, and it was very Ken Dolly, and very fluffy.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're in this scene in the bridge where the incoming shuttle, there's an injured crew member. Janeway doesn't know who it is, and it's very eerie. And I remember feeling kind of goosebumpy watching that, going, who could it be? I
didn't remember who it was either. I'm going, wait, is that Tom Paris coming back? I don't remember. I didn't remember. And then it comes back, and it's you, and me. You left me. You left me on the planet. I'm like, I wrote it down. I'm like, what? Harry, we go down as a team. We're best buddies, and you left me.
Well,
okay.
Let's give it.
Yes.
Let's give credit, because the next scene in sick bay, when you have Kim on the sick bay bed, what does he say? He repeats it twice. He goes, "They made me leave him. They made me leave him." So he does say that. But I want to bring up this close up of myself there. Okay, now you see very closely that I have a mole on my lip right here. And that mole I eventually got taken off by a plastic surgeon. And I am proud to say, of all the Los Angeles actors out there, the only time I visited a plastic surgeon was to get that one mole removed.
I don't remember that. That's funny that
and they usually cover that mole with makeup, but that close up, you can see it so closely. And you can see my sideburns. Remember we talked about that you had them applied with with hair, but mine was a lace.
You wore a wig.
I wore a sideburn wig. Yeah,
sideburn wigs.
And you could see the little edges of it kind of coming up, like it wasn't. Maybe it was pasted down really well, and then from my natural sweat, it just started raising. So in that close-up, it's very, very obvious. Oh, my teeth! I don't know if you know this, but they made me go to a dentist to whiten my teeth after the first screen test that I had, because they were saying that they was discolored. But what it was actually my two front teeth, one of them was a crown, and the crown was placed a little bit further out a little bit because it was not a good job by the dentist that put it in. I had shattered one of my front teeth skiing while I was in college. And I remember my college buddy's father was a dentist, and he put it in, and I said, well, why is it not in line with the other one? Why is it not flush? He said, oh, well, that's in case he made this. He goes, that's in case if you eat an apple, it's not going to, compromise it and break off. And this was his excuse to not redo it, because he put the post in wrong. That hits the light first. So any light that's on me is going to catch that one tooth, and every other tooth is going to look darker, right? So this whole time, Mary Howard, the producer's like, you really need to get your teeth whitened, because the screen test shows your teeth are kind of darker, and in reality, it was because of my college fraternity buddy's father's shoddy workmanship. Now people know. The alien home when we see the flashback.
Yeah, we
and
go
she
to get a
says-
drink right away. We start drinking cocktails on the job.
Well, she says, "Would you like a drink?" And she doesn't even. She goes, "Help yourself," as if like we know what these alien liquors
Yeah.
are. I mean, like, hello, help us. And then before that, she says, "I have some leftover rope from yesterday." She said it sounded like she said rope. I'll throw it in the stew. I know it's not rope, but it sounded like she said rope.
Right.
I don't know. And then your great funny line when you look at me, what are you looking at? And then you look at the dog and you turn into De Niro, more De Niro. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? You become more De Niro.
You're looking at me. Hey,
Hey,
you talking
dog.
to me? You talking to me? Yeah.
I like how you're so aggressive toward tiny little dog. You know, what are you looking at? That's your Nick Locarno is coming out right there. And then I mentioned Robbie at dinner. Lieutenant Paris is our best pilot. Again, another reference to how great of a pilot you are.
Well, I must have been pretty good because I go into an explanation of how I got past the Numeri, right? And I talk about how I snuck in and did all these fancy maneuvers.
Yeah.
So clearly I must be a pretty good pilot. They were impressed, and I clearly had to sneak in there. By the way, I was confused as to why we were even there in the first place. Like, I know that you were doing some engineering, that we had a broken nacelle or something. I don't know. But I'm like, why? What?
They were supposed to try to help us with getting back home faster. That was the whole thing. But yeah, it is a little, that's sort of thrown off to the side, you know.
Yeah, the whole reason that we're there,
Yeah.
that we came to this place with people we don't know, and we're sort of left alone on our own by the ship, because clearly when the shuttle comes back, they haven't talked to us, and like it's on our own. It's a dangerous planet where there's a war, and I have to slip past the Numeri on the shuttle. So like, why did we do all that? To get home faster, right?
To help us get home faster. And I had a note here. As I was making notes on my iPhone, I typed Lieutenant Paris is our best pilot. It auto-corrected to pirate, which is actually even funnier if I had said in real life, Lieutenant Paris is our best pirate.
Arg.
Arg.
By the way, I thought you had very good suffering in sick bay. I thought you were very.
Really?
I'm not clear as to why you were suffering so hard.
That's my question too.
Were you? Had you?
They said I was dehydrated. That's all they said.
I assume they stuck you in a cell. I think they just stuck you in a cell, or maybe it was that cocktail, the alcohol that they offered, and we didn't know what we were drinking, and it dehydrated you. Either way, you were suffering good. So, Janeway says, well, Lieutenant Paris has gotten himself into some trouble. Now, why is she assuming that I did something wrong? Why is she, you know what I mean? Why aren't we innocent till proven guilty?
No,
Isn't
man.
that the whole point?
This is your prisoner background coming back into play.
This is the prejudice. Yeah, she assumed right away. She literally says to Chakotay, Lieutenant Paris has gotten himself into trouble.
So it's prisoner prejudice.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's prisoner prejudice.
All right. The Prime Minister, Minister Cray, Benean Minister Cray, played by Francis Guinan, in the pinstripe outfit. Yes. Did he not look like John Lithgow? To me, I kept going, that's John Lithgow in alien garb in a way. I don't know.
A little bit, yeah.
Lithgow quality about that. And I loved your line, which was just when you're doing the recounting and you're telling Janeway, you're like, I was bored. You know how it is when two science guys get together. You're talking about me and the Nean the physicist, right? I'm like, really? Really? Is this a continuation of Sandrine's when you're talking about, you know, I'm playing the Indian, you know, and when it's two science guys, it was a little, yeah. Oh, and now, because of this episode, we know the Vulcan word for lie detector.
What was that?
He goes, Tuvok goes, when he wakes up, I will require an autonomic response analysis while I question him again, Doctor. So autonomic response analysis. They, fancy Vulcan way of saying lie detector.
Lie detector, exactly.
Yeah. I also love when Tuvok goes back on the planet service to interrogate Mrs. Wren, played by Robin McKee. Basically, is she flirting with Tuvok? She's trying to get a little something out of Tuvok, and I'm like, you're getting nothing out of that.
It's that classic gumshoe film noir thing of like
Yeah.
a dangerous femme fatale, you know.
Yes.
I thought Michael Piller did a great job. I mean, there's a line. It's a little later on, but Michael Piller had a line he wrote that I copied down that I thought was classic film noir kind of stuff.
Right.
And the line was, Paris says at one point, he goes, you know, her eyes were 1,000,000 kilometers away, staring at the stars that I'd flown by the day before. I mean, that's great, you know.
Yeah.
Great Michael Piller work there.
It was in a later scene, but
I thought, yeah, it was that classic character of that femme fatale, sort of dangerous to all men. You know?
Yeah, and kudos to Michael Piller. I mean, obviously he consulted with LeVar Burton before LeVar began directing this, because even some of the dialogue from from both Mrs. Wren and Mr. Wren was very film noir, sort of just the way they delivered their dialogue.
Yeah,
It's
very
very stylistic. I liked it. Though.
Yeah.
I did like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, so Tuvok suggests a mind meld with Paris. You're in sick bay. And now, Robbie, here comes, do you remember the camera angle coming up on you? This is when, after I saw this episode, when it aired, I walked up to Robbie and I said, Robbie, man, there's boogers in your nose. And Robbie, the look on Robbie's face was like, oh God. And sure enough, in your left nostril, there's definitely some booger action. The right one has lighter booger action. And so as a joke, Robbie and I actually had one of the makeup guys fabricate a fake booger to put, like a really big one, like it was the size of a marble, and we shoved it in his nose, and he painted it the colors of what a booger would be, and we walked around, because the joke was, a lot of times when you talk to people, and if you have food in your teeth, sometimes they just don't tell you. So we wanted to see how many crew members we could mess with. So Robbie and I walk on set, and Robbie walks up to craft service. He's like, "Hey, Chacho, how you doing, man?" And I just remember every person we walked up to, and Robbie said hi to, it was always the same reaction. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. And they would be staring at this huge booger that was like hanging out of your nose. Do you recall this?
Yeah. Kate was finally the one that said, like, she grabbed a tissue from somebody. She goes, "Here, you need this." So, finally, but yeah, nobody would say anything.
Blow your nose, Mr. Harris. Blow your nose.
By the way, when Tuvok goes over to interrogate Mrs. Wren,
Yeah.
he knocks on a door, and she opens a door like a real door. Like, it wasn't a sci-fi. It wasn't like it was just like on hinges. That was part of what made some of this feel strange to me.
I never thought about that.
She opened a real door, and then when he walked in, by the way, he did not shut that door behind him, because he's so used to, doors automatically going. So if you watch him walk in, he just walks past an open door. She's gone inside, so they just left the door to the hallway, I guess, wide open.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
Very
He
funny.
just left it open.
She offered Tuvok a drink, and he's like, "No, we don't drink." And
Right.
Are these guys, the Beneans, alcoholics? What is going on? Everybody's got a drink in their hand.
I'm gonna also talk about the set design for the Benean that household, the Wren household. If you notice, the sconces are very reminiscent of female anatomy, and this is something that kind of starts recurring throughout the episodes of Voyager. That there are a lot of, oh my gosh! Not only is it with the with lighting sconces, but just general set design and different things, elements. There's a lot of it's either male or female anatomy, or the alien prosthetics on their heads, or
Yeah.
There's also a lot of, again, anatomy. I don't know what this preoccupation is with that, but
It's everywhere. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, it's close.
The Numeri battle scene, when the Numeri start firing on us. Chakotay's piloting. I don't remember him piloting very often, if ever.
No.
That's the first time. And then he says, "Oh, let's do that fancy Maquis trick." It's basically playing dead. It's like not a fancy Maquis trick. Okay.
Right.
Like
Yes.
basically, let's pretend to play dead for a second, and then they're gonna come over, and then we're gonna okay, you Maquis are so smart with your playing dead, this fancy trick you invented. And B'Elanna's on the bridge. You never see her on the bridge.
Yeah, that's a rare B'Elanna appearance.
Very
on the
rare.
bridge.
he turns to B'Elanna. He's like, "Hey, let's do that fancy Maquis trick we did. Remember?
Right.
You know, the playing dead."
Yep. Yes. And also, I have a note that we see Neelix on the bridge, and he's sitting. And I want the fans to know he's not sitting in a chair next to Janeway. That's just part of the bridge that he just found a little nook that he sat down in.
Yeah,
So
it kind of looks like it's a seat, but it's not.
it's not a seat.
I did notice in that scene on the bridge, after Chakotay does his fancy Maquis trick, that Janeway says to him, she puts her hand on his shoulder and says, "Well, that's one trick you won't be able to use when we get back, Chakotay."
Right.
And he looks at her very seductively and says, "I have more tricks."
Oh.
Very flirty. So there's a little, Chakotay and Janeway have a little moment there.
A little moment.
Okay,
I like
so
that.
let's talk about the mind meld. We got to talk about the mind meld.
Yes. Go ahead.
So, do you remember when Tim Russ filmed this scene? He came over to me and he said, "Hey, Bubba, when they get to my close-up, I'm going to do a joke take, okay? So just wait, you'll see." So they had pushed in, as he's doing his mind meld, they pushed the camera in very close on his face. He's doing all of these faces, he's scrunching his eyes together and doing his mind meld face. And the camera's in very close. And the sound man has also brought the microphone in very close. And they're all, because it's in a real tight shot. And then
God.
all of a sudden, in this silence with the face all scrunched up, Tim Russ goes, "Wow!" Like really loud. I didn't want to do it so loud. He yells so loud, "Wow! I feel good." Do-do-do. And he starts dancing like I knew that I would. He starts dancing. Well,
oh my
the
God.
cameraman and the sound man freaked out. Like the camera jumps and the sound man jumps and throws his headphones off his ears, and he's like, "Oh my God!" Nobody knew that was coming, and Tim thought it was very funny. I don't know that the crew thought it was very funny because it was loud.
Did he tell you exactly what he was doing, or he just surprised you as well?
No, he just said, "I'm going to do a joke."
Surprised you as well.
I mean, I got a special one. Once we get all the other one, I got a special one.
So when they jump back, maybe your boogers flew out at the same
my
time. They
God.
just in shock from that. That's hilarious. But that's so indicative of Tim Russ. He's always been this premeditated jokester. Like he thinks about it. He's like, how am I gonna plan this? I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
Yeah.
And he's great like that. So I wasn't there that day. That's great.
Yeah, that's what he did.
So in the shuttle, when Tom and Harry are coming back, and you're kind of telling me about dangerous women and Harry, watch out. You should have warned me. This is your fault. Blah blah blah. That's a nice little moment between the two of us. And then when the Numiri come in.
What's interesting about that is, right in the scene before, Janeway says, "Oh, we can't possibly transport him. He's so sick. He can't be transported, and we're gonna have to fly a shuttle down to bring him." And then when it got to that scene, I was like, "I'm not sick. Why did she say that?" And then I realized, oh, it was all a trick. She was lying to them so she could get the Numeri. But my first thought was like, "Oh my God, why did I do the scene like this? I should have been sick. I should have been." But it was.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I get you. Yes, I do. So now the Numeri come in, and first of all, their wardrobe were basically because I asked wardrobe about that. I go, is that a scuba? Is that a wetsuit? And they're like, yeah, it's a modified wetsuit. So they were wearing wetsuits actually, which they put a little extra fabric on there. And then why the hell do we look at each other before the beam out? What was that? Like was that a direction from LeVar? Did we end up going like, hey, let me look at you? And then.
Well, I think it's all part of, I think it was probably a direction that, this was all Tuvok saying, hey, if we head back, the Numeri are trying to get Tom, because he's the courier of this information in his brain. So if they show up and try to take him, then we know that my whole analysis is correct.
Correct.
So I think as soon as they walk in, we look at each other like Tuvok was right.
Oh, it was one of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, the Murder, She Wrote scene. It was a classic Murder, She Wrote, which, by the way, I did a Murder, She Wrote episode.
Ah.
When Tuvok's figuring out the whole crime, and
Yes.
I thought it was a really smart, like, stacking of details and the way he laid it all out, and the height difference, and wait a minute, oh yeah, they're not the same height, but in the memory they are the same height.
Mm-hmm.
And how would he know exactly where to stab him to get the heart unless he was somebody else? So it all started adding up really nicely. I thought that was great. And I thought his line when he said, "There is not a technology that is entirely safe from tampering," to
Mm-hmm.
me, that is the theme of the episode. It's like it's a
Okay.
great episode to sort of say, yeah, even though there may be this very tempting technology that gives the criminal punishment that seems well deserved and appropriate and all,
Yeah.
it's a technology, and we can't trust technology to be perfect. We just can't, especially in something like crime and punishment and things like that. Like, you would never want to risk someone suffering from a punishment that could be imperfect. So
Okay. I'll go with that then, because I was kind of at a loss, honestly, to think about like what is the essence and what's the underlying message here. So, and off of that one line, I like that.
the other thing that just occurs to me, yeah, it's off of that one line, not a technology that's entirely safe from tampering. And if we think about, this was filmed in probably 94, maybe 95, probably still 94, the
Mm-hmm.
late 94. DNA testing and DNA technology was brand new.
Okay.
Nowadays we think about, testing DNA for a crime. Like, if you have the DNA, you can test and you can see if someone's innocent or guilty. But in 1994, 95, DNA testing was still very experimental. So I think
Mm-hmm.
this episode was very appropriate to that time of, well, can we trust DNA testing in convicting criminals? Can we
Mm-hmm.
trust this memory technology in convicting criminals? Similar. It was a timely story, I think.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I just
Yeah.
want to add one more thing. I know you referred to it as the murder she wrote scene,
Yes.
and this just shows you, from more my standpoint, being Asian American. I said, well, this is the Charlie Chan resolution scene, like when Charlie Chan solves everything. Or if you want to go even more younger, we can talk about, this is the end of Scooby-Doo episode where they
Yes,
they
yeah,
prove
exactly.
who is the culprit. So
It's the classic crime episode. Yes. Yeah.
yeah.
I thought, by the way, the dog did an awesome job jumping on the actor, because I have, as a director, and I've worked with a lot of animals, it's hard. And that little dog, when it came in the door, he was the final clue in that scene.
Yeah.
And he started jumping at the one actor. That's
Yeah.
hard to do. Like, I don't know if he had, sausage in his hand or what, but
Something. But it's also, I just want to bring it out that whenever we, like, for instance, in the mess hall, whenever Neelix is cooking food, they try to find the most alien-esque looking vegetables and fruits, that they can find. And typically they would go to like an Asian market and find some, random Asian fruit to use it as an exotic alien fruit. And in this case, for this dog, they tried to find an exotic breed that could look like an alien type of dog. And they chose this Chinese crested terrier, which I had never seen that breed before. And it's just kind of funny how they both used an Asian dog and Asian food in Star Trek to represent
the future. It's the future.
Yes.
Finally, for me, that last scene with Tuvok, I thought was great, and I loved his line when he said, "What do you humans call it? Short talk."
Short talk. Yes.
Short talk. Yes.
Yes.
Very funny.
And he prefers reading.
Yes. And I liked my line. I liked my line when I said, "Well, like it or not, Tuvok, you've made a friend today."
I wrote
I
that
thought
down too.
Yeah, that was a nice line.
Yeah.
I like that moment.
Yeah, that was good. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in to our discussion of Ex Post Facto. Tune in next week when we will be covering Hello. that discusses episodes of Star Trek Voyager in chronological order. Your two hosts along this podcast journey are myself, Garrett Wang, also known as Ensign Harry Kim, and Robert Duncan McNeil, who portrayed Lieutenant Tom Paris. If you're interested in either an extended version of this podcast or the extended video version of this podcast, both of which include added juicy bonus segments, check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/the Delta Flyers and sign up to become a patron. Alrighty, so this week's episode, hi Robbie.
Yes.
Say hi to you.
Hi, buddy. You said juicy bonus content.
I know I made you smile when I said juicy.
I know. That sounded wrong. Just wrong.
Well, see, that's my descriptive word for extra bonus materials that may be a little bit edgy. You know, we talk and it's true.
Yes.
We add
Not
more to
safe
that.
for work. NSFW. Yes.
Nisfu or nisfu.
Nisfu.
Nisfu. Yes. And this flow reminds me of something very funny that you used to do all the time. Our pads are personal access display devices, the little pads we'd get information from.
Yes.
And Robbie McNeil on set was the first person to call it a pad. Get this spelled?
Yeah, it's spelled PADD. So in fact, I was talking to Ethan Phillips about that just recently, and he said the very first time he realized that I was a troublemaker and going to be some fun is when we were doing a scene together and the shot was on him early on, and I had the line that had pad in it.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't on camera. He was the one on camera.
Right.
And I said,
covering a Harry Kim centric episode.
Said something about the pad. He looked at me and he was like, I can't believe he just
Learned about the passing.
can't believe he just did that on my
Hey guys, welcome again to the Delta Flyers. We are a weekly podcast that discusses episodes of Star Trek Voyager in chronological order. Your two hosts along this podcast journey are myself, Garrett Wang, aka Ensign Harry Kim, and Robert Duncan McNeil, who played Lieutenant Tom Paris. If you are interested in either an extended version of this podcast or the extended video version of this podcast, both of which include added bonus segments, check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/the Delta Flyers and sign up and become a patron. Hello, Robbie.
Hi, Garrett. How are you? Nice to be back.
I'm back, and for those of everyone who's watching, you can see my scar from my operation that I had in May. So
It's so funny. You just pointed that out. I've seen you since your operation, and I don't even notice that unless you literally point it out. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
really,
It's so funny. Yeah.
Well, the cool thing is the surgeon actually did the incision along the lines of my natural creases. You know, when you get older, you get those crease lines in your neck. So that's a good thing. I'm glad he did that, because if he kind of went straight across and not at a curve at an angle, it'd be more noticeable probably.
Yeah. It's amazing what they can do with surgeries these days. Like I tore my ACL 8 years ago, and I can't see any scars from that. Like, I mean, it was definitely a tough recovery from the ACL replacement that I had, and it took me about a month before I was really moving even semi-normal. But now it feels totally normal. I never notice it, and the incisions around my knee are like I can't even find them half the time.
Wow,
It's amazing. Yeah.
Okay. And for those of you listening that don't know what happened, I had to have spinal surgery. My disc between the C5 and C6 vertebrae was completely bulging. And I found that out when I had to go get an MRI after I had a big fall up in Calgary at the Calgary Zoo. At nighttime, they have an event called Night Lights, and I slipped on the ice. So I had some concussion type of symptoms, and I really wanted to see what was going on. And once I had the MRI, the neurologist showed me, oh my gosh, you need to get this fixed. This thing is, this disc is so enlarged that it's pushing against the spinal fluid. blocking the spinal fluid, pushing against the spine. So this is something that's affecting your mobility. I was having mobility issues. My hands were completely numb. So this was
Wow.
surgery that had to happen. Yeah. Then it got postponed because of COVID-19. Then they had a surgery, said, oh gosh, this guy really needs it badly. So certain surgeries are allowed during COVID-19 time if they're vital. And so they deemed my surgery a vital surgery. So I had it done on May 7th.
Didn't you tell me Jerry Ryan had the same kind of surgery or something?
Yeah, Jerry Ryan had the same surgery. I just saw her on the cruise ship, Star Trek Cruise, and she has the same scar right in the front. They went in through the front to deal with the back, so I guess they kind of moved the trachea over. Yeah, hers was done, I think, back in January maybe when she had hers done. And it's funny because I was so freaked out that I called her the night before my surgery, and I was just like, hi, Jerry, it's me. I need to talk to you. She's like, what? I go, just talk to me about, how long was it after the surgery that you were able to walk around and this and that? And so I just got more details and just had a little, a pep talk from her, as well as watching that video, which you guys contributed to, that Megan and Aaron kind of put together, of all the well wishes before going into surgery. That was wonderful. You were on there. Bob Picardo was on there. That was funny because he was talking about how he was actually going to perform the surgery in the videos. He said, I'm on my way to the hardware store to pick up my necessary tools for this surgery. And I go, great. Kenneth Mitchell from Discovery did a little clip on that video, which
nice.
It was great. He actually said, he goes, I find some weird enjoyment in the fact that you will actually be feeling worse than I do right now. Right? So that, was another thing that made me laugh and kind of lighten it up. But
nice.
That conversation with Jerry really helped.
Nice.
All right, so this week's episode, Emanations is the name of the episode. So for those of you who are our Patreon patrons, hold on, we're about to play a little game called What Do We Remember? And for everybody else, stay tuned as we go and watch the episode and come right back with our analysis and in-depth discussion. Hey guys, we are back from rewatching the episode, and it was refreshing to see myself again, starring in my own episode.
Yeah, I know. You had a big story. Come on. It starts with a close-up. I made notes of this as we went through, but literally, like, how many times can we start an act on Harry's face and then end the act on Harry's face and then come back on Harry's face? Everything was a close-up. Every part of it was a close-up of Harry.
Did you notice, as you were watching, was there any usage of fisheye lens in this at all?
Yes.
Okay.
A number of times, yeah.
Because I remember...
When you say fisheye lens, I think that's an exaggeration. He used a wide lens. I think that we shot on 35 millimeter film when we filmed Voyager.
Right.
I don't think any TV shows shoot on film anymore, but we shot on 35 millimeter film, and so the wide lens that David Livingston liked to use was the 14 or the 12 millimeter, which on a 35 millimeter negative is a pretty wide lens, but it's not quite a fisheye. Anyway, I think he used the 14 or the 12.
But, so there wasn't anything even more fisheye than that lens that you were talking about? Because
no.
I recall that I was fighting him in this episode. Like I said, listen, please, especially with that one scene when it just comes to me and I'm inside the alien, transference facility or whatever, and I sit there and I go, why? Because they're about to transfer me to another location, and it's just like this up on my face. And I remember David, the director, saying, listen, I'm really this is so cool. I gotta show you this lens. And So I looked through the camera and I was like, what? I mean, it looked like that when you look through a peephole, you know what I'm saying, of your apartment, you know, and at the people knocking at your door, and they're just this totally distorted warp. It looked like it was even a wider lens than normal. And I remember fighting him and saying,
I think everybody fought him. He loved those wide lenses, especially the women really did not find it flattering at all. And it's not necessarily a flattering lens, but it can be an effective lens just in terms of feeling a bit like you're in a crazy house, like a fun house, or a weird, like reality is kind of closing in on you in a weird way.
I agree 100% that it does add that element of sort of, you know, that art house film sort of, hey, let's get this feeling or whatever. But I think you can evoke that without having to use some crazy lens that distorts the.
Well, he used it all the time. David Livingston used it all the time. He was the only director that used it so much. And Marvin Rush, our director of photography, really hated it. Not because, and Marvin didn't hate it necessarily because of the image on the film, the wide. It frustrated Marvin because when you use a wide lens like that, all of your lights that you're lighting the actors with have to be further away, because now you're seeing a lot more of the set, right? So you can't have lights on stands, you know, back right here and right here. They've got to go way out here to get outside. And the lights that are hung up above, sometimes you see the ceiling, so you can't use overhead lights. And particularly for women, because that wide lens takes all of that real estate away from Marvin. He hated that lens because he couldn't make the actors look as cinematic or beautiful because you just don't have anywhere to light from. So
interesting. Okay, so therein lies the dispute between Marvin Rush and
really
David Livingston.
it's not about the effect the lens has story-wise or anything like that. It's literally like, please don't use this all the time because now I can never light anybody. And David loved to use it all the time. So
and
that was.
Yeah, and that tension kept going, and it built.
Oh yeah.
It built and built and built because David kept, you know, getting more episodes to direct. And so just so everyone knows, David Livingston was the supervising producer on the show. So, you know, his job wasn't his first job was supervising producer. Second job was he got a shot at directing episodes, and he did turn in a pretty damn good product. But over the years, that tension kept building and building and building. And I remember pulling Marvin Rush aside one day. I was just walking towards the set, and it was after a particularly harsh, day where there was a lot of, words being spoken by Marvin towards David. And David really was he would sort of take the submissive role. He would almost be like, okay, yeah, sure. All right. Sorry, Marvin. Sorry. Okay. It's all right. I mean, he didn't really fight as much. And it was just so difficult to watch Marvin come down so hard on David. And I stopped Marvin one day and I was like, hey man, just for just the energy on the set, just to stay away from that negativity. Like, I just, please, it's so hard for me and for everyone to watch this kind of, tension going on. Is there any way you can lighten up on him? And I remember I even got a little emotional about it, right? And so Marvin's like, wow, Garrett's crying over this. I mean, this was something that really affected me.
Well, you have to remember that David Livingston had worked on Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, and he'd been around a long time, so they knew each other for a long time.
Okay.
So when we started, they already had that dynamic and that history. And I'll be honest, I remember the way you described David as kind of going, I'm sorry, and being submissive. I think it was an act. Because David would go, oh, I'm sorry. And then he'd ignore what someone was asking or frustrated with. He'd completely ignore it and do whatever he wanted. So I think he kind of created that bullying on himself, or that frustration. He brought it on himself a bit.
He did. He would do that act where he would try to pacify you in the short run, right? So it was like a short-term Band-Aid was put on the situation. And
it's called not being real. It's called lying, dishonesty,
Capitulation.
faking, pretending, avoiding, codependent, people pleasing. There's a bunch of names for it. But it's not real. It's not real. That tension. Yeah. Anyway, and I like David. He frustrated me too over the years.
Let's move on from that. And I just want to there is a request just from one of the fans saying that it'd be nice if we could just give a quick synopsis of each episode before we start talking about it. So
here's my synopsis. I would say that still early in their journey back to the Alpha Quadrant, they Voyager finds a sign of some elements, discover some elements they think might help them in this journey to help the warp core and help them get back. So as they go discover it, they find a burial site. And in an emergency return back to the ship from this burial site, Ensign Harry Kim is mistakenly swapped out with the dying person. So Harry accidentally ends up in the other dimension, and Voyager is left to try to find him. And the journey of the episode is, how does Harry come back from this other dimension? Can he survive it? And it's about the afterlife and faith and death and dying. It's about those issues.
Okay, that's a good synopsis. Just to clarify, not elements, but element, because they talk about 246 elements known to Federation science, at least Harry says that at the very beginning, and that we may have found the 247th. And now, if you talk about the periodic table, we have 118, I think, elements. So it's interesting to know that in the future, in our time, in Star Trek time, that we have practically double.
Well, yeah, I would expect that if we were to travel into other universes, like Star Trek time does, that we would find other elements. I wonder if on like the Mars rover, I wonder if anything has been discovered, or if we had the ability to see about any other elements on Mars or something like that already. I wonder. Although that's kind of in our universe, it's kind of in the same. Like we may have to go much further away to find more elements. But yeah, it's an interesting little detail of science.
I also noticed that this episode had a lot of technobabble for Janeway. This was very heavy for Janeway had to go rattle off some long ass lines. I mean, when I talk about discovering that element, then I say the element appears to be stable. She says,
a stable transuranic element inside a natural environment.
I mean, there's a lot of tongue twisters going on for Janeway.
I think this whole episode the science is very confusing. I got to be honest. This whole episode, I love actually the exploration of faith, the afterlife, death and dying, all those issues. I actually love that idea. I'd forgotten about this episode, and starting to explore that, I was like, that's a cool idea, but I felt like the science, often with Star Trek, the science sort of helps me understand the theme better. Whereas in this case, I think the science kept distracting me. It was too complicated. And we'll get there later on, but like when they talk about vacuoles keep opening. I actually looked up what a vacuole is. Vacuole is a biological term. It's a membrane-bound cavity within a cell, often containing a watery liquid or secretion, a minute cavity or vesicle in organic tissue. That's a vacuole. I didn't understand it in the episode. They kept talking about vacuoles in the wrong way, in my opinion. Like, that's not a vacuole. A giant...
Cool. Unfortunate. But how many different kinds of torches are there? Is it pure? Yeah. Is it actually, like, is there a difference between them, or is it just purely cosmetic? Yeah. Or is it like different recipes for the same thing? Like, just different ways of making this? Yeah. Yeah. Weird. I guess, it's kind of like in Minecraft, where you get. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like Minecraft, where you have like both sticks and logs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Overwatch dailies, and then I'm gonna figure out something else to do. Yeah. Mm. A little annoying we kill half their team and still don't take the point. Oh no. That was rough. Ugh. I'm dead. Wow, level 5 endorsement. Been seeing a lot more of those lately, and I don't know if it's because people are actually behaving better or if I'm just being matched more with them. Eh. It used to be pretty rare. I'd see 4s all the time. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's actually funneling me into games with better people do, I don't know. Yeah. should have filled my health before I went in. No, you know, fuck it. Wait, is there? There's no way around, actually. The fuck? I don't know where anything is on this map. Yeah, they had one every 2 seasons or so. This came with a new game mode, so it had 2 maps to begin with, it's a new mode, so it's kind of, yeah. Yeah, this ain't. Yeah, the RNG can be pretty bad sometimes too. There's no like voting or anything for maps either, so it's like you might end up with the same map like 3 or 4 times in a row, just out of chance, you know. Yeah. Making actual progression. Yeah. No. Well, on Game Pass, I think. It's on Game Pass, isn't it? But I don't own it on Steam or anything like that. Yeah, it kind of depends about adding another survival game to. I mean, I say that, but it's more like, I don't know, it just doesn't look that interesting to me. Like, what does it do unique? You know, I don't. Yeah. 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 True that. And get it tweaked a little better, yeah. Oof. Always nice. Good times. That's a good question. Alright, here we go. We're at 66.
Taste death! Yeah, I was out. What? Ashton, what are you doing? Oh, you got Hanzo'd. Okay. I probably should swap to someone else here. Maybe. I mean, I'm doing all right, but I feel like I could be doing better. I don't know. Oh, I got wrecked. All my heroes are dead, aren't they? Let's see. Maybe. I don't know what. I honestly don't know what would work better here, you know? Like, I'm up against a diva as a Ramatra, so I don't. Yeah. Right. Oh, they switched to Orisa. Okay. Yeah. Maybe counter diva. They switched to Orisa at the last second, too. Alright. I'm almost done here anyway. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. YouTube is like auto-playing videos for some reason after I finish like a little queue, which is kind of, even though I don't have autoplay on, it'll just move on to like the recommended video that's next, which is kind of weird. Yeah. Very weird. Yeah.
Well, look who it is.
Oh shit!
Eh.
What up? Nothing much. Nope. Get back to your base. You do the Nears event for 14? Goes down, and you probably should do it. I mean, if you don't want the minion, I guess you don't. Goes down in probably like 8 or 9 hours. Well, it's going down a little earlier because I'm doing some data center maintenance. So, yeah, it ordinarily would go down around 7 a.m. No. That's you think of PSO2? Doesn't PSO2 do maintenance on Tuesday?
It's Wednesday on JST.
Wednesday?
Yeah. It is Tuesday for us. Yeah.
14 is all over the board.
Yeah.
Have any
Well-
set day?
I mean, they don't do it like weekly though. It's like a big one every like couple of months or something like that, right?
I thought it was every couple of weeks. They added like, well, I guess it wasn't maintenance. They were just adding new. Weird. For some reason, I thought they did regular maintenance, like bi-weekly. Okay. I think I may be talking about PSO, just PSO2, not New Genesis. Did they change
Well,
theirs?
No,
They
I mean
keep the-
PSO pretty much has done weekly maintenance forever now, right? Since
But they never
like,
changed. They
PS2,
changed
right?
it up
I don't
with
know.
New Genesis. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why. For some reason, I
They
just thought
shifted the schedule slightly, but I mean it's still weekly. You know,
Okay.
roughly the same time. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What is this? Premium login bonus. Got to get my bonus. Yeah, Buggy, I found. God. Totally just stand out there naked. Base it,
Just gently sanding down the excess skin.
Exactly. What better way? What better place to do it than in the middle of a sandstorm?
It's like having a pumice rock in your shower.
Absolutely.
You know?
Have nice smooth skin.
You're
We can call you
exfoliating.
Exfoliate. So you'll be the smooth skin from Fallout. How you doing, smooth skin? All right, go.
You saw the ghoul in the like the TV show they're doing. Like,
Is that gonna be any good? Do we know yet?
I don't know if it's gonna be any good or not, but it's just kind of funny how like ghouls have gotten like more attractive over the years.
Of course. You think they're
Yeah.
gonna have them? Like the original Fallout, they were. Well, I guess you can't really see much because of the isometric view, but.
I mean, they had the character portraits during conversations, though.
Oh, they did?
They were way
Okay.
nastier looking, definitely.
Oh well,
Yeah.
that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Now that it's
Well,
gonna be on TV.
There is actually like a canon explanation for the TV show. Apparently, he's only like partial ghoul or something like that.
Wait,
kinda
so
good.
it's just that individual? It's not all the ghouls?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see any other ghouls, but there probably will be. I mean, yeah.
I'm not sure how that's gonna go. It's been so. I mean, it's not like a zombie thing, but I don't know if there's gonna be fatigue for that. Because Fallout fans will enjoy it, but everyone else.
It depends. I mean, yeah. I mean, Fallout fans are obviously gonna be there first, but you know, if anything has a good story, then other people will start watching it too. You know.
True.
But,
That's true.
yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I don't know. Like some of them will just stick around and like just watch the the ship slowly sink. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Got to do some inventory management. Bunch of random crap. Gray's out. Why is it grayed out? Oh. It's not clear. I mean, I'll pull it up, but it's just like not clear. I'm pulling it up now. Hold on.
Oh wait, this is your old account. What the hell?
Whose old account? Buggy's?
Yeah, but I remember this. Buggy used to have like an older YouTube account, and you lost the password or something for it, right? Or something. Yeah.
Oh.
I see some like old like con videos and things on here.
This shit isn't live.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But why does your old account pop up when I search your name? I don't understand that.
Your old account.
Oh, is it actually not the same name exactly?
This isn't even live. This is the wrong button. My bad.
I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, there it is.
There it is.
What is that thumbnail?
Yeah, the VR chat.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like it's darkened out, and it made. Is there a durability in that game? Is it perhaps it's past its shelf life? Okay, so it's not something that would expire. I don't know. I don't do. Is there even? Yeah, some of them have a lot of them of that, like 347.
Oh wow, this one's comprehensive. What the hell? Oh, that's a fan theory though. There's extra like extraneous shit on it.
Do you have a filter enabled by chance? Is that what's going on here? Sure. I don't know then. It doesn't make any sense. Wait a second. Hover over a few of the blacked out ones when you get a chance. I want to see there's something, because the durability shows up as 0 for all of those. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. It doesn't. That was just one that didn't have durability. Never mind. I don't know what it is. There's no rhyme or reason to that. Hatchet man. Does it not? What are you gonna chop down with? Oh yeah, well there's a little bit of delay. You're not. Hold on, let's see. Looks like you're going for that rock. Chop down that rock. That was weird. The tree just went flying like 50 feet after you cut it.
You are on normal latency right now, though, which is like it doesn't even bother to try. Like,
I mean, I personally don't care. And mine's like 45, 50 seconds late. I don't care.
Yeah,
but
that's normal latency. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
probably should refill your water skin.
that like a euphemism for something, or
It could be,
It is-
yeah.
it is,
How's that water skin of yours doing? Okay, let's watch these trees fly like a mile. Oh, that one actually just dropped. That's... Yeah, the other one was just like, I'm out, later, peace. Better not. I mean, it can be a server hiccup. That may have been it. Jesus, that's a thick tree. Yeah, that one just toppled over normally. Yeah, I think that was just a hiccup. Gotta find the horse. Well, you're ready for it. You just need to find that horse. Oh, it's one of those trees. Chop down a cactus. Yeah, get that water. Yeah, wood. I was gonna say, like, I mean, why would you even care? You're right next to a lake. I don't think you're that desperate for water. Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's go flying. Eat shit, tree! Yeah! Nah, I'm watching you knock down trees. Cool. Crocodile. What are you,
number go up.
Crocodile Dundee! Wrestle that crocodile.
Did they seriously add white paint to Splatoon?
Wait, white paint for what?
They added white paint to Splatoon?
Since when?
I don't know. Like a last patch, I guess, for it.
Sure it wasn't for one of those Splatfests?
I don't know.
They do weird
Apparently,
shit like that.
like Japanese players are laughing their asses off because it has a slight yellow tinge to it.
Yeah, that's you can look at that a number of ways, I guess.
Yeah.
Wonder why they would have done that. I'm thinking it had to be like a Splatfest or, but shit, Nintendo does weird things.
Yeah. But this is an internal team, though, right? Like a Western internal team, isn't it?
Is it Western? I thought it.
I think
don't
it
think-
is actually.
Really? That'd be interesting if that's true. I don't.
Like they're still wholly owned by Nintendo, but
It's a Western development. I mean, it's a Western team. That's
I could
interesting.
have
No,
sworn it was. I don't know. I might
that's
be
the
wrong
first
about
I've
that,
heard
though.
of it. No, that's interesting if that's the case.
Mm.
Certainly doesn't feel Western, but if it is, that's kind of cool.
I might be thinking of a different game though.
It's still Nintendo.
Yeah, that was like that. I'm not 100% sure though. The squid creatures, blah blah blah.
What do you mean? Oh, never mind. Still in the house for me. Let's see what's on that cliff. It's on the cliff. Don't mess with the elder hyena. Got a crown and everything. Well, no, that one isn't. Yeah. Pretty OP. Okay, apparently it doesn't know how to run forward. It's got to run out of side. Oh, there's the film where it kills the deer. Okay, yeah. Oh no. It's running away.
Yeah, no, I must be thinking of someone else. I don't know
No,
who,
it's not
though.
Splatoon.
No,
But it is
Splatoon.
Nintendo.
It was around that time, though. That was what
The original Splatoon or Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3? God, there's so many
I
Splatoon.
mean, yeah, like the 2015 year. There's another. There's like I think it was one game that came out around then, but it wasn't Splatoon. You know?
What else could it have been?
Mm.
That was a weird time for. That was like Wii U was about to die.
Yeah, it didn't. It was never really alive to begin with. But
Yeah, it was pretty
Yeah.
dead from the. Well, yeah, it was an unfortunate
There's a lot
console.
of general confusion about what.
Oh yeah, they
what this
really
thing
screwed.
was,
That name was not appropriate. They really could have made it as simple as just the Wii 2, but no, we'll go with the Wii U.
Well, I mean, arguably, Xbox has been way worse about that.
Xbox? Oh god, yes, they have. With oh god, this Series X.
They
Yeah,
only really
did.
got away with it twice, I think. I don't know though. Like,
But I guess it hasn't been too much of an issue for them because they've done it.
you got Xbox 360, One, Series.
The One X is still kind of. I don't think Nintendo. Or not,
Which is
Nintendo,
like a different one, but yeah. Well, Nintendo, they usually just completely rename their things.
They do, and
every
that's-
time, and
I'm not
Wii
really
U
a
was
fan of
unusual
that.
in that regard, yeah.
And yet, why are people keep saying there's a Switch? I mean, why do they think it's gonna be Switch 2? Is this just like a placeholder name they're throwing out, or because it's very unlikely they're gonna use Switch 2.
I don't think they make the mistake twice of using roughly the same name.
They haven't, no. So I don't know why
Well,
everyone.
the thing is, the two makes it clear. The U, no one knows what the U means.
Oh, the
Like,
U makes no sense whatsoever.
yeah. They could call it the Super Switch, I guess.
Super Switch, and actually, you're not the first to say that. I've been seeing
Yeah.
seeing people saying that same damn thing. Let's bring back the Super.
Yeah, Super Nintendo. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they used it before.
Yeah.
No reason not to.
It was a long time ago. It was the one time they did it, but yeah, they did do it.
Honestly, I don't even know what they're going to do now. What gimmick the next console is going to have.
I think, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure, but the current, like, management at Nintendo seems very conservative right now, and
Oh, so you think there won't be a gimmick, maybe?
yeah, I mean,
It'll just
like,
be.
yeah, well, that happened with the
spec
Wii U.
boost.
I think they might just be a little skittish about screwing with the formula too much. Like,
That sounds about right. Well, we
Yeah.
know it's going to at least be a spec boost, obviously, but I don't like.
yeah, it is a jump. I heard it's like a newer Tegra or something like that.
Hopefully, it doesn't get cracked within the first week.
Probably, I don't know.
I don't know. I would prefer if they like had a standalone option and didn't have the whole
dock thing.
whole docking. To just have a standalone where you can't play it separately. You need a TV and
You
pay.
mean like the Vita TV?
Exactly, and I'd rather pay less for it because I'm not going to use it that much other than for Nintendo games.
It's Nintendo though, so you wouldn't pay less for anything.
Yeah, shit. No, you're right. Yeah, Switch is still going for the normal MSRP. It hasn't been dropped yet.
I mean, they're making profit off of each unit from the start, so it's only
They
increased since
absolutely
then,
were in 2017. Yeah, they were.
They never take a loss on their consoles. Yeah.
The only they don't, which is.
It's one way of operating, yeah. I mean,
it is, but everyone knows that. And then their whole inventory manipulation, or how they say there's limited stock when there's not. They just do it to try to drum up. Well, they did this with the Wii.
Did they do that?
They did it with the Wii. I think they did it with the Wii U as well.
I know they absolutely did it with the classic consoles. That was the most egregious case of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There was.
But I wasn't sure about their actual
I
proper
absolutely
consoles.
remember that, and well, at least it was speculated that they were doing. I guess there was no hard proof, but
yeah,
I would say probably they did it.
Yeah. Here we go. T239 is the speculated processor on the new Switch. Yeah. Which is I don't really know what that is for. I mean, like, well, how's it compared to other things? I don't know.
Yeah, is that hardware in anything else? I imagine it's not. A lot of times that hardware that's in consoles, you'll find it in sometimes on other devices.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds pretty.
It is also. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm actually surprised the Tegra line's still even around. When was the last time anything used it?
I think it's mostly being used for cars and things.
Really?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't.
That's funny. Well,
It's basically that and the Switch, and that's all there is these days,
Yeah, I feel that's like the one thing that. Well, I guess you can't say it's a failure because Nintendo's using it. Nintendo's. Kicking ass with the Switch, but
I'm sure NVIDIA makes a steady amount of money off of it.
Probably, but nothing like their other things.
Yeah.
Shut up, Blaze.
You shut up. Yeah, right.
What are you guys up to?
Vehicular automation and AI applications.
That's
the main
it?
two things, yeah.
Of course, AI. That's just like a
I
guarantee.
mean, they've been big into that.
Yeah,
since
they are
the
heavily
beginning, so,
invested in AI. Yeah, that's.
Well, I don't know what you would use Tegra for in terms of.
I don't
AI,
either.
Unless
Unless
you get like a whole server rack full of them or something like that.
It still doesn't sound very efficient. But
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Given that it's like a mobile processor, it's probably like power wise, it's probably very efficient, right?
Well, not if you have to have a bunch of them to do it. Would you say that would be efficient? I mean,
compared to like proper processors that use way more power, maybe.
Well, but
it
just,
depends on the application.
I just don't know how much you could run off of a mobile processor.
Yeah.
The computation, I just don't see that being feasible. But I don't know if that's what they're saying. Then that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
What time did you get on?
Three hours ago. 3 hours ago. That's when this stream. Oh, never mind.
There's an hour in the middle of the stream where nothing happens, just stands there for.
You can climb that mountain. Aim the hyena.
Boss hyena? Wow. Angela, no film for you. Angela's like level 700.
Huh? 700 what?
Random number. Level 700.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Blaze is
another
level
one.
50. So.
99,
totally
bro.
help you.
I'm level
99?
99. Yeah, I'm one level from the cap. There is a cap. It's always got to be 100. I doubt
There
it.
is a cap.
There is?
But I'm probably going to mod that out when we get there. And
How
set
would
it
that
higher.
even? The scaling on that's probably going to get all wacky once again.
Not really. I don't remember.
Well, I mean, the
might be
balancing
50.
of the enemies aren't going to go that far. So if you change your
Actually,
scale,
no, I've done it before, and the enemies are still. Some of the enemies are still pretty tough.
up to a certain point, if you have no level cap, then you'll eventually.
Oh no, not no level cap, but just increase the level cap.
Oh, you meant increase it. Oh, I thought you meant for some reason I thought you meant like just unlimited, just 9,999.
Did you ever
I don't
come
know.
over to my place, Buggy?
He's saying that, but he tore your entire base down. It's cool.
I started that way, got distracted, which is roughly what happens in this game.
What did you end up doing to your tonight? I mean, building more house.
Got a
Yeah, I need.
sporadic things. The other
Yeah.
side takes up the religious thing. They're like, no, tonight I have to take notes and set
Yeah, I have no idea why the sound doesn't work on this anymore.
On what?
On Conan, it works right up until I get into the game, and then it stops working.
In
Like it works on
VR?
the title screen. No, I'm not in VR. That's the weird thing. I might once I feel better, but right now my head hurts too much.
What the hell is that?
You can eat them. Later on, you can use them to make stuff once you get the cauldron. I can't remember. Like, I don't remember. But right now, I don't think you can do anything besides eat them. Wow, such a bully. Yeah, we can do that. Come over and then we can do that. I'm just collecting some iron here.
Iron. Iron Man. There's a ghost.
Well, Angelo said eh. So, I'm guessing that means no on his part. Blaze.
I'm fine with whatever you guys want. If you guys want to play this, you can play that. I'm fine doing whatever. I can just chill here. I don't have any preference right now. For
Yep.
now.
Notice anything interesting?
Maybe you should take them down.
I did not make that banner. I stole it from the people I conquered.
So they conquered you. Yeah, that's
You notice the people out of my base? It's not me. In case you assume that. Nope, that's not me. Alright, Go behind the building, and you'll see the method of training people.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. What the fuck?
They just
Hunter?
happen to be there.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a first.
It was
That's the
first
first
purely
excuse. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, you probably should get away from there.
Yeah. Build an army. And also, most, pretty much all crafting stations have a slot where you can put a worker in that'll improve, like, crafting times. Sometimes it'll add things that you can make that only they know, because some of them are really, like, highly skilled. The ones with names are actually really, usually give you the best stuff. Yeah, it's this camp right here to the north. That's where I went. And there's one. Oh, there's a big camp to the east. Actually, I don't know where you went, but yeah, there's a big camp to the east of here. Where'd you at that we're gonna go to the cave? Which direction? There we are. I mean, we can play Firetube Elite with Blaze if you wanted to do VR.
What's going on here? TV's off. Now it's on. Okay.
We haven't done that in a while, that's for sure.
It is true.
I could do. I mean, I could do a desktop if you guys really want to. But
Oh, that's right, yeah. You know, I keep forgetting that game actually has that. Oh, wait, no. I mean,
Oh,
I don't
desktop
forget
mode?
that. I mean, it's just, you know, VR chat's in the name, you just don't automatically just go desktop.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, there's a mobile version now, too, so...
There is, yeah.
Yep.
interesting. Cost 4. Cost 4. I'm gonna build a stable. Oh. Yeah, we'll go looking. I mean, I need wood. Okay. Well, that's the animal pen now.
Go west.
Shaped wood and brick. I have those. Okay.
Mm.
I don't think that's enough brick. Let me see. Who are you talking to? I need more brick. Okay.
I mean, you guys are gonna do something, aren't you? Yeah.
ESO.
I mean, I'm just gonna do dailies. I mean, you know, like if you decide on something, I'll just hop off immediately. Like,
No. No. Not really.
we should play Lego Fortnite.
Oh fuck yeah, Lego Fortnite. Yeah, can you dab in there?
You can dab. You can...
Yeah. Can I floss? Can I transition from a dab to a floss?
Just don't do the default dances, or else all the preteens will laugh at you.
Oh no, we can't do that.
All right, you want to go to that cave, Buggy? I got stuff burning, so.
Your art form November 2023 ticket is about to expire.
Uh oh. Use it.
Shit, that's tomorrow, huh?
What date? Would you say the 15th?
The 16th.
Well, it's the 4th. Well, yeah, for you, it's yeah.
Yeah.
So that is tomorrow. Yeah. I guess that's not based off JST.
It's based on your local time, yeah.
Okay.
It's funny how, like, there's so much
Justice time
in the game that was actually, like, adjusted for time zones and shit, even though the global version didn't come out until 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
got
weird.
I mean, they anticipated
I think.
releasing it
Wait, no,
before,
this
but
looks
it
different.
just didn't happen
Oh,
for
yours
so
is
long.
actually a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
Okay, mine is just a
like
wood
Final
frame.
Fantasy
Okay.
11, I guess 14 to some extent, where
All
like
right.
all the resets were on Japanese time.
They just didn't
JST.
bother with programming that sort of thing, and it's just kind
Yeah,
of
it
weird.
would be way too
Ghost lady.
complicated.
Yeah.
It's
Would it
two.
though?
Okay.
Like, you do it once, and then, like, it just
Well,
applied to...
I don't know if it'd be too
Hold on,
complicated, but
let
they
me
never
get
did it. I guess. I mean, the game was out a year or so earlier in Japan, but
What?
it
I
could
think
be considering it
is
was
it?
on consoles.
Is
There
it
could be a
so-
limitation.
Wait, there's gotta be some things
What is
that
it?
count down,
Was
like,
it
based on your...
Brimstone? Yeah.
Like,
Final Fantasy, not
Brimstone.
when I was playing. It was always reset was always based off of
Well, that's actually
Japan
two.
Standard Time.
Oh,
Like,
like,
there's
wait,
instructor
I mean,
there.
are there, like,
Oh.
countdowns in the game for anything that just says, like,
Oh,
set
yeah.
in a couple hours? So, I mean,
Certain like
Oh,
NPCs would
yeah.
show up for certain times. Certain like, things
oh,
would
but
happen.
the
that's
actual end
more.
times of things that always just list in JST. That's what you mean.
Right. It was
Yeah.
always that was always listed in that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I took some damage. Okay.
Very weird. Yeah.
All crocodiles do backflips. It's just in their nature.
Rolling start.
Trolling start. That's the
Trolling.
theme song.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Gotta troll fast.
Okay, so there's a lot over there.
Yeah. This is their den.
Oh, are you streaming? Oh, you're watching plays? I didn't realize that.
Just off. Yeah. Just every now and then. Looking at it.
What you been having? Oh, that's the guy I want.
I don't see it yet. Give me
And
a
he's
second.
got a skull above his head. So,
Give me a 20 or 30 seconds before I can see it. Let me see.
he's about a third of my health, I think.
Oh, that guy's pretty big.
I'm probably gonna die right now. I shouldn't have healed, but whatever. Yep. You were killed by a giant crocodile. Oh, and it spawned me somewhere where I'm stuck. Yeah, at my base, but I'm stuck on a wall for some reason. No. I know there's a way to unstick yourself. I don't remember what it is.
/unstuck.
That might be it, actually.
God, I have no idea.
Let's find out.
God, those ghosts are everywhere.
Nope, that didn't work.
Rip.
See, not help, oh help. See, you can also see who am I? Show character name, font size, emotes, What else is there? Me, help. Oh, that's it. I'm gonna have to add that mod that adds the other stuff then. But in the meantime,
see here.
I'm gonna have to kill myself.
Normal attack bone. Oh,
I've heard
I
you
love
can
those
do
days.
this to kill yourself. Yeah, basically you remove the blade bracelet supposedly, and that should kill me. Are you sure you will die? Yes. I'm gonna try the bed again. If that doesn't work, then I'm gonna respawn to the bedroll. Oh, that worked that time. Nope, it did not. It's this banner that's the problem, I think. Let's pick that up. Wait, let's just move it.
Put stuff on your roof.
There it is. Yeah, that fixed it.
Multiple
My previous body is violently shaking inside of the wall.
Nah. That's pretty funny. Hopefully it stays that way.
Heal a little bit here.
Let me check that.
Actually, my Iron Man stuff should be done. Nope, still got.
No, I'm building the
Iron to go.
ultimate. Hold on, where is it?
Damn, I've got 248 iron in there.
Out maybe. Oh, here it is.
Holding fart.
I think some European gaming site, or no, it was a root. No, what was it? It rated Daytona. No, it was Naruto. They rated Daytona USA as one of the most impactful arcade. Hold on.
because it was.
It was. No, it
Yeah.
absolutely was. I just.
When did it come out? Like 1995 or something like that?
I think before that. I think like 92.
Like, if you compare that game, the arcade version of that game, to like what was on console and PC at the time, it's like
Oh,
it's like fucking night and day, man.
Absolutely. Let's see. The release. I think it was 90. What is going? Oh, because I'm gonna VPN. Hold on. Shit out of it.
Game really pushed technology at the time, man.
Because I was buying. Oh, 94. You were close.
He was on the dark
March.
web buying his drugs.
No, I was buying Japanese soundtracks, digital.
Japanese drugs.
Yeah, Japanese drugs. Buying, purchasing.
Against their will, man. Why you no consent?
Inspired by the popularity of NASCAR motor. Was NASCAR popular in '94?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's when it like started taking off. In fact, I think.
Okay.
Where'd they go?
They turned left. I love Daytona. I don't know. The Saturn version of Daytona USA wasn't too bad.
I mean, they're decent ports, definitely.
I
but,
guess
like, the arcade version is like still like.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
60 FPS. I think the Saturn one was like 20, 25. But it.
Oh.
I don't know. I think it was sub 30.
Wow, no 45s.
I remember when the Dreamcast release came out, and everyone on IGN was like trying to hook up the play.
Mm.
That was pretty funny. Surprised you weren't there, Buggy. Maybe you were. I don't remember. Yeah, the Saturn version of
I
Daytona.
never liked Daytona.
Oh yeah, I think we had this conversation. But I wasn't a part of that.
Blaze hated you. He used to tell me all the time. That's why he never played with you.
You weren't a part of that group, buddy. So if anyone, you're. I didn't hate anyone. Only person I disliked, well, there's two people actually, was the guy that stole my name, which I can't remember. But yeah, see, but Buggy remembers that guy. And then And then there's another guy I can't remember.
Can a
He's
stolen
kinda-
name really be stolen?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, but he stole his video.
Hey,
That's what I'm
Egg,
saying.
you son of-
It doesn't really count that the other guy stole it.
Oh, I
Blade
did
stole
not
it first.
steal. Damn it! I'm gonna throw a Daytona USA arcade machine at you.
Oh my god, it's so hilarious. My sister was telling me that. So my nephew's been obsessed with Pac-Man lately,
That's
and
random.
he just figured out how to use Amazon. He ordered an arcade cabinet off of Amazon.
Did it show up?
Yeah, she caught it in time and canceled it, but
No, it didn't show up. That would be hilarious. It actually shows up to the front door.
oh.
Damn it! That would have been awesome. Well, not really, but I mean, it would have been funny.
What a nightmare to return.
Oh, can you imagine how hard it would be to return it? I mean, I remember having to return a 55-inch TV to. That was a fucking nightmare. But I really wouldn't mind having an arcade machine, honestly, if I had.
Oh, I would want a Initial D.
Oh,
arcade
I would
machine.
think about this conversation. I would want DDR for sure. Maybe I could get more than one. There's only they were. They're so expensive now with arcades being dead pretty much everywhere, including Japan. Like, yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Your dace is fed. You want some human flesh, Buggy?
Sharing the flesh.
I have plenty of food that I got from animals, you weird ass cannibal.
It's okay. It's my flesh. So.
God.
I really don't need flesh. I have backwards. Yes, I get it.
It's so dumb that you can harvest your body like that.
You've got an
That's
endless
when you get
food
rid of your
supply.
body.
You need the forest to just do it too.
You can? You can harvest your own body in the forest? I don't remember that. I remember